Testing 1, 2, testing. Testing 1, 2. Yep, it's working. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to my stream. Today we are playing some more Final Fantasy XIV. And now we are going to start the Binding Coil of Bahamut questline with Primal Awakening. What's Primal Nature? Was it Primal Nature, Primal Fear, or Primal Awakening that I needed for this? Primal Awakening, okay. Ariane will speak with you regarding the unidentified primal. When the scenery moon Sonari moon did wane, there should sounded a blood-curdling war, and a new primal had risen. The protents gave us to believe one whose identity yet had loathed beyond our ken. By thy hand, 3 primals have since been vanquished. As each returned to the aether, 'twas observed the tremors foreshadowing this fourth grew in strength and ferocity both. The being doth quicken, and in time it shall become a scourge upon the land. Yet even as we ponder pondered a course of action, a benevolent soul did arise, one who would forestall this threat. Though she be tender in years, she is true of heart and steadfast of resolve. She would solicit thine aid, if thou art willing to proffer it. Lest you wonder, this maiden is of our order. Thus the antecedent straightways consent that thou shouldst assist her however thou mightst. As thou art able, hey thee to Wineport, where thy partner doth await thee. Even now thou shan't for certainty find her visage strikingly familiar. Okay, I have a phone call that I forgot to make before I started the stream, so I'm gonna go do that really quickly, and I'll be back after that. Okay, I'm back. Let me quickly turn off those words. So we need to go to import. Import. Now, going through all the coils is optional, but it gives you more storyline. Okay. I'm taking this route to get to Wineport because it's cheaper than... Yeah, I need to go to Fisherman's Guild. And then to Costa del Sol, I think. And then just fly the rest of the way. This way it's left less heavy on my coin purse. And I get there just a little bit slower, but that's fine. We take the scenic route. Alizé. It has been a wild adventure. As I recall, my brother Alphino took the liberty of introducing us when first and last we met. But for the sake of prudency, Alizé Livier, thank you for coming. I have heard much and more of your exploits. By your hand the Black Wolf is slain, and the ultimate weapon is destroyed. You are possessed of great strength and courage, that much is plain. I shall have need of one such as yourself, such as you, if I am to see my mission through to its conclusion. As you may be aware, the violence of Delamote's fall changed not only the face of the realm, but also the base of the realm. Specifically, it played havoc with the etheric currents, creating a vast confluence of aether below the surface. Among other phenomena, this led to the formation of subterranean caverns at key points of stress. One such cavern lies beneath Castrum Orcidin and extends to only the gods know where. Despite appearances, Castrum Orcidin is as much a research facility as it is a fortress. Gaius van Belsar chose the site for no other reason than to probe the caverns without interference. As you went about vanquishing the returned primals, I observed a repeating wave pattern in the ether, corresponding exactly to the dates on which you were reported to have felled a Efreet Titan in Garuda. Upon closer examination, it became clear that these unique waveforms emanated from deep beneath the aforementioned stronghold. Crisply, I recorded the same pattern during the recent celebration and have since been given to understand that this phenomenon bears a distinguishing similarity to one observed shortly prior to the calamity. 5 years ago, my grandfather invoked the power of the 12 that he might contain Bahamut. Alas, his efforts failed, and he vanished, together with his foe. I would know the truth of what transpired that day, of grandfather's fate, and of the metamorphosis that swept across the land. In casting light upon these mysteries, we will find a way to cure what ails this world. It is my belief that the answer I seek lies hid within the depths of the cavern. I would have you accompany me on an expedition to find them, Wolfmage. If truth be told, I am not wont to rely upon others, and have thus far handled matters alone. Yet I am not blind to my limitations. Unescorted, I can not hope to succeed in this endeavor. I swore that I would find a way to restore peace to Eorzea. If you desire the self-same, then aid me, as you aided my brother in the silence. I am in your debt. You are a man of action, and I sense that we will accomplish much together. But let us not waste any more time. As I mentioned, Castor Morrison straddles the cavern I wish to explore. If I am to have a hope of reaching it alive, I will need you to infiltrate the stronghold first and locate the path to the depths. Once you have done so, pray report your success to Private Jacob, Jacob, and you may consider her Jabarkana. You may consider her my assistant in Wineport. I have every faith that you will not fail me. 12 per speed on your way, Wolfmage. Oh. Oh shit. Now to fly all the way back. I have been expecting you, Wolfmage. By your coming, I take it you have successfully located the cavern entrance inside Castrum Orstenin. So that's where it's to be found. Marvelous. Oh, but allow me to properly introduce myself. Jabaraka is my name, and it is my honor to serve Lady Alize, though for reasons of convenience, at present I also serve the Maelstrom. This uniform accords me certain privileges. You see, in particular, ready access to the Maelstrom's regional scout reports. They provide a wealth of local knowledge, including information on secret passages. But enough about me. I shall notify Lady Alize of your discovery, that she may prepare for the expedition. Though I don't doubt your abilities, none can say what dangers lurk beneath Castor Morcedin. For my lady's sake, as well as your own, please spare neither preparation nor Soften. Pray choose your companions well. Now, you can flat out skip 1, 2, 3, and 4 at any point, but it will leave you out of the story. So, do Duty Finder. The coils. And while we wait for that, we can do main story stuff. Actually, withdraw. Okay, now while we wait for a party for that, we can do main scenario. Quests. Hmm? Time to continue the MSQ until level 90. Looks like we are undersized party confirmed. Okay, we have someone to carry us. I scare the scars left by the calamity. I can sense beneath the surfeit of ether. Tell me, have you ever seen corrupted crystals such as these? Such crystals manifested across the realm when the course of the great river of ether was irreversibly altered 5 years ago. Behold one of the objects that caused the alteration, a fragment of the lesser moon element. Ancient Alec created the element or meteor to use the Garlean name to serve as a celestial prison for Bahamut. It falls, its fall inflicted grievous wounds upon the land. Have wounds that have yet to heal, as is evident from the corruption of cryptic crystals. Amazing. Delamote's internal defenses still function in spite of everything, a testament to the technology of the Allegans. The Garleans seek to appropriate their devices' advanced technology. I'm certain of it. We're about to come face to face with secrets that have long been buried. within the sands of time. A great danger may lie beyond, but we have come too far to turn back. The truth of the calamity is within reach. Any guarantees that you will die, but I can promise I can't guarantee. Okay, so we are doing this. Oh, another cutscene. Gods preserve. A dark wings that would engulf the heavens. This could only belong to Bahamut, the primal who laid Eorzea to waste 5 years ago. At Cartano, my grandfather sought to imprison Bahamut anew by invoking the power of the 12. Alas, the dread worm proved too powerful, and he broke free of his confines. Yet instead of resuming his destruction he had begun, he vanished, whether to no one knew, until today. But I don't understand. If Bahamut is truly a primal, how is it that he retained his physical form? Did grandfather defeat him, or is there some other explanation? We must press on if we are to learn the truth. Okay, some more reading? Or not, just okay, here I might die, so I'm gonna stay up here. Okay. You can open... got healing stuff. Okay, so our friend is going to get us some upgraded gear, apparently. Hmm? Send friend request. We're just waiting for our new friend to arrive. Sorry for the stuff that's... We're having a quick break. Because our friend said he's gonna... Huh. Internet Moogle? I am at VESPERBAY. In the MALBORO CRVR. Okay. Technical difficulties? Um, this, okay. Time to go EIT. Okay. Oh, there's my party member. Oh, someone's floating. Hmm? Guess I'll sell the earrings because he's insisting on giving them to me. Ring of casting. Okay. Cast Glamour. Hmm? Said, let me get you another one. Another one what? Oh, another ring. No. Let's see. Ready to continue? Okay. So the last one we did was Binding Coil Bahamut, turn 2. Time for turn 3. What? Of BAHAMUT have CT. Okay. Do what COI else have CUT so I can SKI the others. Oh crap, oh crap. Good thing that Golem didn't see me. All of them say are somewhere along. Okay. Okay. Don't skip I'd. You don't want to. World. Okay, so which one do we go on? Oh, my carbuncle fell off. Now, we are mainly here for the cutscenes. Okay, so now we head down. My carbuncle keeps falling. Alt 2 8 1 2 8 5 1 3. 2, 8, 5, 1, 3, 1, 3. 1, 2, 8, 5, 1, 3. Taking breaks isn't. Mapping the realm. Nice. Wait, where do we go? This way. Whoa. I thought I went on the wrong one for a second there. Hmm? Oh crap! Come back! Oh, thank God. At least do a little bit of damage. Okay. Okay, we're finally getting to the next one. Turn 4, it is. Okay, just stand near our friend here and watch him do the work. Nope. I tried to do a little bit of damage and I paid for it with my life. Now for turn 5, once we watch the cutscene, if there is one. Time for turn 5. Central core. This is going rather more smoothly than I expected. It is indeed convenient to have a hero on hand. Gods, that the cavern should open up again, even at this depth. This resembles a finger. Yes, and so it should. This is Bahamut's hand. As with the wing, it seems to be frozen, and for what that I count my blessings, but again I find myself wondering, how is it able to retain its physical form? I had assumed that Bahamut's reversion to ether was the cause of the widespread changes to the realm. But if he is still here, then the theory no longer holds. What was it, then, that brought the realm's sudden regeneration? There is still so much we do not know about to know. I haven't the slightest inkling how deep these caverns run, but we must continue. Twintania. Ready as I'll ever be. Bonds the tie one. Binding coil of Bahamut complete. And now we can do second coil of Bahamut once we see whatever this cutscene has. Silent terminal. Activate the lift. This contraption is used to control the saturation of ether. I suppose there is only one way to find out. The dragon you vanquished earlier. Doubtless you noticed the peculiar contraption about its neck. That was likely a re, a capture of some recapture of some kind description used to enslave the creature. Ancient ally possessed the means to control dragons. It would seem the Ishgardians would kill for this knowledge, though to be sure, it could easily be brought to bear against them. An army of dragons could turn the tide of any battle, as the Garleans once learned to their sorrow. I would not be the least bit surprised if they now sought to exploit this power. Whatever their plan, this serves as another reminder of the might of the Allagons. One cannot help but wonder how advanced a civilization can come to fall. Gods be good. This Bahamut's head. And that enormous crystal, it it pulsates as if it were a heart. Then the primal that had awakened was Bahamut all this time. No, 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 no. This cannot be true. This would mean that grandfather died for naught. Found it. We do not know enough to strike at it now. We must withdraw. Who is that? No, it cannot be. Grandfather, is it you? No, don't leave me again, please. Grandfather. I know we cannot do more. We can do no more for now. Where's the thing? But this looks like... How did we come to be in northern Thanalan, of all places? But such details matter little. Grandfather's alive, Wolf Mage. Bahamut did not defeat him. But why won't he return to us? I don't understand. This expedition has yielded more questions than answers. At any rate, we would both be better for a rest. Let us return to the waking sands and reflect upon what we have seen. Thank you, Wolfmage. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Pray return to the waking sands. So, before we return to the waking sands, we are going to make a quick stop at Ul'dah to pick up an item of particular note, that being more Aetheryte tickets. Keybinds, shortcuts. Party finder. Alt O. There we go. Now, before we continue on with this quest line, we need to pick up some more Aetheryte tickets. There it is. I'll wait on those. Buy those. Now to return to the Waking Sands. And we'll go to Okay. Okay. Alize's pledge. Orion J would speak with you regarding your experience inside the binding coil. Full glad am I for thy safe return. Lady Alize hath apprised me to thy many experiences. As thou wilt doubtless be aware, Master Ffxiv was my lady's grandsire. Gravely concerned was I for her safety, but 'twould seem I need not have been so. With all my heart, I do thank thee for watching over her. But come, thou must speak with Mistress Alize upon that which transpired within the binding coils. May it serve to bring us closer to the truth of the calamity. Shall we begin, then? Oriandre, I understand you have a report of your own to share with us. Aye, my lady, even as thou didst emerge from the depths, an etheric disturbance beckoning primal activity was observed. In Mordona was it marked first by comparison of time and magnitude. We have since deduced its origin, the Cartano Flats. Strange, there have been no reports of primal activity in that region. It could only have been Bahamut. That would certainly explain how we came to be in northern Thanalan somehow. Then the cavern took us all the way from Vilbrand to the heart of I missed that word. Easily fixed. Aldenard. 'Twould seem so, my lady. 'Tis all but certain then. After Bahamut disappeared 5 years ago, he hid himself deep beneath Cartano, and has since lain dormant, regenerating. Ay, my lady, taken together with thine own accounts of Bahamut's continued presence, the land's slowness to heal, and the disorder of the etheric currents, do point to one conclusion. Bahamut's strength of stirreth if left unchecked. The primal shall drink of Eorzea's life force till he doth waken to rain ruin upon the land. Rest assured, I do not mean to give up Old Mage. Bahamut may still live, but so does grandfather. For the past 5 years, he has been keeping vigil over his nemesis, making certain that the primal does not escape. Master Ffxiv does yet live. I darest not hope. And thou art certain 'twas no mere manifestation of thine all too sorely felt grief? I know how to disparate this may sound, Ryanje, but I saw him with my own 2 eyes, as did Wolfmage. But he vanished deeper into the labyrinth before we had a chance to speak. Two more like fragments of Delmud pierced the earth when the lesser moon fell. One we have seen. If we can find the other 2, I am certain we will find grandfather as well. If thou so believest, my lady, then I shall have faith. If it please you, I shall notify the grand companies and this development. All Eorzea must stand united if we are to avert a repeat of the calamity. That will not be necessary, Urnjai. Being the great counselor that he is, Avanode will seek to unite Eorzea of his own accord. If rumors are true, that endeavor is already underway. So let us leave the diplomacy to the diplomat while we continue our investigation of Bahamut. I swear to you, no matter what it takes, we will find my grandfather and uncover the whole truth of the calamity. Wolfmage, you have heard me swear to do things, but without your strength I cannot hope to make good on my word. The danger to Eorzea is not past. For the sake of all who abide here, I pray that you will ever be our sword in the darkness. Another turn in the coil. Urianger would have you delve deeper into the mysteries surrounding the elder primal Bahamut. A crystal choked abyss layeth beneath the Cartano Flats, the unholy cradle of an elder primal, and by thy hand were truths great and terrible wrested from those once concealed depths. Yet, as long as is oft the case, an answer doth bequeath a profusion of questions, and the unknown doth beckon the irresistible allure. Near have the mysteries of the Red Moon lain so neatly within our grasp. Lady Alize hath sent word of her coming. 'Tis time once more to brave the precipice and leap unflinching into the jagged wound that doth grip beneath the land. Mine apologies. I trust I have not kept you waiting over long. Volkmage, I am both delighted and reassured to have you at my side once more. I would not waste your time with trivialities. Let us proceed directly to the discussion of that of which we have learned, and that which we hope to learn anon. Initially, it was evidence of a new primal that led us to delve into the cavern beneath the Castrum Orcidon and to explore the subterranean scars left after the fall of Dalamud. As you will well recall, that what we found was a vast, largely intact fragment of the fallen satellite, and within the depths of that structure we discovered not the new primal we had expected, but the broken form of Bahamut himself. Yet even this great revelation would soon be overthrown by the appearance of my own dear grandfather. I have since shared our sundry findings with Ramboros, preeminent scholar of the Sons of St. Coinage, and he in turn did kindly furnish me with his theory concerning the elder primal's Alagon prison. 'Twould seem that Dalamud was constructed to gather unto itself the rays of the sun and thence channel this radiant bounty into the crystal tower. The ancients saw great potential in Bahamut's capacity to manipulate energies and of otherwise unimaginable magnitude. 'Twas for this reason that they bade him within the red moon to serve as its living core. Do you remember the sight that greeted us at the sublimation of our journey? The colossal device that sundered the colossal device that surrounded and seemed to channel the incomplete, seemed to cradle the incomplete form of the elder primal. From the information provided to us by the sons of Saint Coinage, we have learned that these contraptions were termed inanimate hulks, and that each bore a designing Ragnarok class. The purpose of each hulk is believed to be twofold. First, they are meant to act as binding coils, rendering Bahamut incapable of escape. Second, they are meant to feed him. Previously, the self-same energy which prevent him from moving also serves to sustain his corporeal manifestation. Bahamut is permitted neither to die nor to live. He merely is allowed to be. For century upon century was the elder primal thus imprisoned, bound about in fetters of so subtle in their workings, and yet so adamant that though his cell be destroyed, Bahamut layeth yet at the mercy of his long departed captors. It has long been held that the primals require the prayers of their faithful followers to exist, yet none alive worship Bahamut. Could it be that the Allagan found a way to supplement prayer itself? It seems the only logical explanation. I would postulate that, therefore, that the regenerative mechanisms in question also supply something akin to the power of prayer. Consequently, if all of the terminal hulks were to be rendered inactive, Bahamut should dissolve into ether. Upon the evidence of thy previous foray, we determined that the elder primal is sustained by three such binding coils. Thus we did commence to scour the realm and found in the Twelveswood as yet explored, an as yet unexplored fragment of the lesser moon bearing a most familiar etheric signature. After conducting a preliminary investigation, we believe we have discovered a point from which this North Shroud fragment and the second of the interment hulks can be entered. As Eorzea's sword in the darkness, I would have you once more lead the charge. I will of course be there at your side. Once you have made your preparations, head to Felgate Flats and make yourself known to my assistant, Serpent Lieutenant Annelin. The fallen fragment is not far from the settlement, and her position provides a convenient rendezvous point. I will break these Algon fetters, for they bind my grandfather as surely as they did Bahamut. Northern Shroud. Wolfmage Corwin, I have been expecting you. My name is Anne Nail. I have been accorded assorted the rank of lieutenant within the Order of the Twin Adder, that I may better assist Lady Alize with her endeavors here in the Twelveswood. Such authority has allowed me to act without interference from the local security and to conduct a preliminary investigation from Adder Springs of the Alder Springs fragment. From what we have seen of the exterior, the structure shares a common feature with the one you explored in Lenosia, and likely plays host to a similar complement of guardians. But if your words alone will do little to prepare you for what lies ahead, pray seek out my comrade to the southwest. He is charged with observing all that occurs in the vicinity of the fragment, and will be placed to pleased placed to show you the thing, if nothing else. What business brings you to the broken land, unless you fancy being ground to bloody pulp under the granite fist of a wandering golem? I suggest you bugger. Oh, my apologies, sir. Lady Alize did send word of your impending arrival, but 'twould seem I've grown rather too accustomed to shooing away curious sellswords and reckless explorers. Behold, if you will, one of the fallen shards of the red moon, Dalamat. Our initial survey uncovered no evidence of the Empire's presence, which, while fortunate in itself, meant that the approach of the fragment had yet to be clear. After much effort, however, we succeeded in carving out a semblance of a path which should grant you access to the entrance, and that, I'm afraid, is where our progress ended. The interior, well, assuming that the ethereal architecture of this hulk resembles the first, the meteor control you seek will be located on the bottom layer, past the ingenious and deadly defenses of which the Alagons seemed so indecently fond. If you would know more, I'm afraid there is nothing but to brave the depths of the fragment yourself. Lady Alize will soon arrive. Fellow Glebe, pray do not tarry on your way back to the lieutenant post. I imagine our young mistress will be most eager to commence the expedition. The road ahead promises peril plenty, and I would humbly suggest that this is not the occasion to stint on preparation or provisions. May the 12 watch over you. Master Corwin, I trust the private's explanation was worth the journey? Simply scouring an approach to the fragment's entrance provided a monumental task. I dare not think of what defeating defeating its inner defenses will entail. If there is aught I might do to aid you. Lady oh, my apologies, Master Elphino. Has there been a change of plans? Andre informed me of the impending expedition. I merely came to exchange a few words with my fellow scion before he departed into the depths of the second coil. Wolfmage, though I would strenuously deny it were she present, my sister's admiration and affection for our grandsire exceeds even my own. Upon the matter of his legacy, therefore, Alize is wont to go above and beyond the calling of duty. In our grandfather's absence, she has made the salvation of Eorzea her personal crusade. 'Twas that which prompted her to brave the perils of the first coil, and yet the fact that she risks her life in this manner is not the greatest of my concerns. No, it is her subsequent fixation upon my grandfather's shade that worries me most. This quest to rid the world of Bahamut must not become a quest to save a man long dead. My sister must needs have a better reason to fight. A time will come when the fate of the realm rests upon our shoulders, and what it does, we must be strong enough to resolve a certain and contain and certain of the stakes for which we risk all. There is a wide difference between fighting for the good of Eorzea and fighting for the love of a man who died for the good of Eorzea. Alize must choose her own path. She cannot rely on grandfather to choose it for her, for he is gone. I am glad it is you with whom she makes this journey. If Alize is to discover a deeper purpose, then where better to find one than at the side of Eorzea's greatest champion? 'Twas there that I found mine, after all. But 'tis past time I was gone. Fair fortunes in your endeavor, Wolfmage. Lieutenant Anneli, she was it? I would appreciate you making no mention of my presence here to my sister. Alize is due to arrive any moment. I shall abide the confident expedition of your triumphant return. Okay, second coils are unlocked. I just hallucinate. COILs. Are you able to rejoin me? GLO are you ready for the seal? Okay. Okay, now that he's... Okay. How strange. Why could we not see all this before? I suppose it's only to be expected by that corrupted crystal should accompany a disturbance of this magnitude. After all, the fragment likely pierced the ground to a depth of many hundreds of yalms. The swirling aether leak from the wound must warp the very air, creating a veil that hides these formations from view. Well, it's not as if we expected this to be a straightforward task. Let's tread carefully, shall we, Wolfmage? 'Tis impressive that we win. 'Tis imperative that we win through the depths of this structure and disable the mechanism that powers Bahamut's regeneration. Of course, if we should chance to encounter my grandfather upon the way, I shall not let him go again, not while there is hope that he may yet be saved. But mayhap we should put such thoughts from our mind until after we have successfully gained entrance to the place. That opening up ahead appears to be a suitable point of inquiry. Plant. Plant. Okay, so turn 2. That armor. No, it can't be. Be on your guard, Wolf Mage, though it defies all reason that he should be alive. He should live. I know of only one who wears such armor. He whom the Empire raised as high as the Black Wolf himself, legatus of the 7th Legion. I speak of the man who brought the Meteor Project to fruition. We are faced with the White Raven, Neil von Darnus, harbinger of the 7th Umbral era. Neil von Darnus? That was the name of the fool who perished upon the eve of the promised age of glory. It should not be uttered within these hallowed halls. Out of love for his loyal servant, to the one who duly named be Neil and Darnus. The one true deity, Bahamut. He speaks of Bahamut. Lord Bahamut, thy name is the sweet water of two parched lips. How my heart swells at thy scorching touch. This blessed sanctum is the domain of my God, and his beloved children seek to defile its glory, and you will answer to me. How is this possible? From what Alpha Note has told me, Neil was slain on the eve of the calamity. Whatever the truth of the matter, we must be on our guard. There can be no reasoning with the worshipper of a primal. Yes, I'm ready? Okay. Hello. Hello? Thank you. Yeah, I'm about to die. He said there was no promises that I wouldn't die. Oh, we have a cutscene. shortcut. Do 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 do. Turn 3, and then we need help with turn 4. So, or at least he does. Oh, go. I don't know what PHP means. I'm reminded of the passage beneath Castor Morrison. We must have traveled quite some distance below the surface. More of the same tunnels. Travel between 12 be good. Surely they cannot continue all the way down from the upper floor. It is difficult to see inside, but I have a terrible feeling those corridors house more than the dreadful guardians you have already faced. It is said that the Allagons excelled in the creation of terminal beasts, and that the red moon teems with 1,000 functional monstrosities, all to prevent the enemies of the ancient empire from releasing the Elder Primal. I wonder, the creature that powers this hall, could they be believed be the beloved children of which Neil spoke? Well, this is yet another mystery to ponder upon our return. Shall we continue onward? we take the boss if we take the boss AST and land in its HP ranged, it'll do a one wipe. Hey, I killed one. Or at least I think I did. Shortcut. I believe in you! Okay, I guess we'll queue up. Hopefully this guy can do it. Okay, waiting on that guy. Okay, now we wait for peeps to join. Okay, party finder. Looks like we're doing another party finder. And Okay, so we wait for the party finder. But yeah, today's stream is going to end after we finish the final coil of Bahamut. And complete the Bahamut storyline. I can go get some more ironwork gear. Mordona. No, not Carthage. Mordona. We have a level 90 Dragoon. Four out of four ready to go. Okay. And that surely cannot be done, but how are we? the final resting place of Neil van Darnus. This is a grave for the undeserving, and for the crime of trespassing upon my God's sanctuary, this place shall serve as your grave too. No. In honor of his failure, Neil van Darnus felt the creatures of the ether begin to bear away his essence, but before oblivion could claim the last of him, a divine will reached out, and I was born. Then did the words of my God resound in my ears, bringing into mine enemies crushing defeat, that they may no despair without end, the calm claim thee thus the victory which thou wilt once denied. Twould seem that little remains of Neil's essence, but when Bahamut plucked him from the brink of oblivion, and the result was this strange simulacrum. Nevertheless, her aura speaks the great power. She channels the rage of the Elder Primal himself. Lord Bahamut, thy wish is my command. None shall escape thine unquenchable fury. Come, ye dull, unthinking beast, bare your teeth. They will avail you not in the calamity to come. Okay, I'm ready. I guess we get to watch the spectacle. Second coil Bahamut complete. Poor creature, would that you had never been born. You had surrendered your physical form and compelled to collapsed into ether, but Bahamut denied you death and imprisoned you what little you had left was left of you in a ethereal shell resembling what I wonder. Imagine what images from your memory, perhaps? But that shell is now broken, and your primal deity seems disinclined to sustain your essence. My primal deity, I kneel to know, Khan, what need have I of to beg the favor of such faith? I am Neil Vandarnes, legatus of the 14th Legion. No, a moment. My thoughts are clouded, but this body is not my own. Could it be that you spoke the truth? Was I instigated by the lesser moon's ancient prisoner? Then, well, that will not happen again. You speak as if Bahamut no longer controls you, but that's impossible. Once a primal ensnares a mind, it cannot be freed. Unless Bahamut simply relinquished his claim, what need has he of a broken spirit bound for the ethereal realm? Oh, I should fall prey to the very influence I sought to purge from the land. The irony is galling. But do not assume that all of my actions were chosen for me. It was my will that the Meteor Project be resurrected. None, mine and none other. Yet it seems though that my guard grand design were destined to fail. Even the urgent, untold release of death was denied me. Kneel, please. You must tell us more of the calamity. I must know the truth of what has befallen the world, and what has become of my grandfather, Archon Louis. You are Louis grandchild. The fates are generous with their courtesy. Continue on. If you would have your answers, they await you at of the terminus of your path. But know that this path leads only to despair. The light of truth was ever harsh and unforgiving. Why do you say this? Grandfather will be freed once we put a stop to Bahamut's resurrection, will he not? What are you not telling us? Still yourself, child, only unbending resolve and merciless strength that you can conquer what lies ahead. The weak can do naught but weep under the pale pall of their own misery, as did the frail child I once was. Silence, chattering raven. Your wretched wings are broken, and you shall soar no more. My crimson moon, or brilliance, sears my eyes. The reconnaissance I recognize that voice, Wolfmage, but never would he say such words. Come, let us finish what we came to do. All will be aright when the final hulk lies dormant. Grandfather will be himself again, I'm sure of it. Bahamut's regenerates more swiftly than I had anticipated. Let us hope that disabling this coil will serve to slow the progress. I deeply see the display seems different, but the controls appear to mimic the mechanism we found in Lenosha's Hall. It shouldn't pose a problem. Wolfmage, forgive me. The moment I beheld Neil's transformation, hope welled in my heart. I did not believe you could stand against the magnification of Bahamut's power. For all your fabled strength and skill, I felt certain that I was going to lose you just as I lost my grandfather. Even he, a man who naught seemed impossible, was humbled but for Bahamut's might. And yet, look how far we've come. Tis incredible the feats of which we are capable, our boldness, boundless potential. 'Tis this capacity for greatness, I believe, that grandfather so dearly wished to protect. With all that has occurred, I have come to understand that much at least. "'Tis done. Shall we make our way back to the surface, and gather our thoughts? We have seen much that will benefit from Oriange's learned perspective." "Grandfather, is it you, then? Why?" "Abandon this quest, Alize. I will not con- count- countenance further sabotage of the coils." "Sabotage? But we must disable the coils if we are to prevent Bahamut's revival." "Your defiance seals your fate." "No, no, you are not who I thought you were. My grandfather would never." "Foolish girl, how could the White Raven allow herself to be bested by such sniveling opponents? Listen well. We all exist at the pleasure of one divine will, and the will of Lord Bahamut is absolute. Scurry back to your holes, vermin. You have been granted this one reprieve, but should you be so foolish as to crawl into my lord's domain again, I will crush the life from thyself." The light in grandfather's eyes. He has suffered the same fate as Neil. My grandsire's murmur, was not but a phantom that profanes his noble memory. This mockery cannot be expunged, must be expunged. I will not rest until I free grandfather's soul from Bahamut's tyranny. Do you hear me, Bahamut? Your time in the, at your time is at an end. Eorzea and my family will be avenged. Oh, it lets me walk off. Break. Okay. So Aliose is keen to seek Ariandre's learned opinion on the disturbing events which unfolded during your expedition to the second coil. Truly, it is wonderful to escape that stifling air, and return to northern Thanalan again, it would appear. I must thank you, Wolf Mage. We are at we are not far were it not for your bravery, I strongly doubt that I would be standing here now. But you need not tarry on my account. The danger has passed. Pray go ahead and apprise Oriandre of all that has occurred. I will join you anon. My thoughts are yet utterly unruly, and I would rest here a while. Pray return to the Vikings' hands. So the next set of coils is the last one. The triumphant hero doth return. Thy eyes bespeak the dreaded task completion. The second coil now loth layeth dormant, and yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray tell me, what ill hath cost a shadow which falleth across thy brow? An old foe and an old friend. So 'twas but an ethereal shadow of Master Louis that Lady Alice beheld, an unnatural conjuration enthralled by the elder primal, that the fiend should deign to choose him of all men, even in full knowing of the shade's true nature. I would be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment did she ne'er deserve. Mayhap 'twas better if the lady did not upset herself from the future forays unto the coils. I have come too far to surrender to grief, Variange. My lady, I am resolved to defeat these fiends, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish, my lady. I believe, by your leave, I would speak of the first of the coils late guardian Neril Vandarnus. Vandarnus was a legatus of the Garlean Empire who strove to bring about Eorzea's final destruction, only to fail even as the sixth sun did set. If thou hast heard tales of the White Raven, then it is he of whom they spoke. Nay, he, I say, for Neil was for a contrivancy, no madman. No man. The noble house of Vandarnus, as we discovered all too late, had long safeguarded the wisdom of the ancient Alec. 'Twas thus that the Legatus came to learn the true nature of the dial mode, and to seek to employ the Red Moon as a weapon against Eorzea. But the Crystal Tower and the mechanisms required to command the satellite yet lay hidden beneath the ground, compelling Neil to construct a far less subtle mechanism, and in his first failure attempt to communicate with Dalmut, he did likely rouse the still slumbering prisoner. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. He was fortunate indeed to acquire so powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was loath to part with him. Why let a simple thing like death deprive one of so useful a pawn, though we may accuse him of beguiling Vandarnus' resurrection. I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a headsman as a manservant. I only hope that the two thralls we encountered were the extent of his flock. Yet I cannot help but dwell on Neil's words, those beloved children of whom he spoke. I assumed at first that he referred to the moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove this source of worship, otherwise our efforts to disable the coils shall be for naught. Forgive mine indulgency, my lady. Thou art wise indeed to speak of expunging the primal thralls, but canst thou truly presume a course which would cost thee thine grandsire? My heart and mind are as one in this matter. Grandfather's salvation can be won but by a single method, the destruction of Bahamut and aught that might serve to sustain him. Wolfmage. Well, Oriange, I hate his name because I used to call him Orianger. It's Oriange. The R is silent. It drives me nuts. And I endeavor to ascertain the extent of any further falls. I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respect. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have need of your inimitable talents. That we have achieved so much I owe you. I fear, however, that our trials have only begun. Though time had dulled the pain I possess of thy passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. Master Louisoix, what good shall come of this unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of every true Charlian. Yet when each new revelation serveth only to heap further anguish upon those whom we would fain protect, must we truly reach for more? So you have found your resolve, dear sister. Will you now find a use for the secret, for the key that only you and I hold? Given our familial properties for curiosity, you would do well to remember that key may serve to seal the door as well as to unlock them. And Bahamut is a most unwelcome guest, to whom the door should never have been opened. Ariandre will speak with you regarding your mission to prevent Bahamut's return. Man is wont to cast light wheresoever secrets lie hidden in darkness, though that which he illuminateth sends seldom bringeth him joy. So it is with such unhappy truths as Bahamut soon men's shadow doth conceal. Yet ever onward forgeth the mistress Salize, undeterred by the burden of knowledge that weigheth heavy on her heart. 'Tis a perilous path she has chosen, and a painful one. I prithee, Wolfmage, remain by her side as her valiant blade, that she might see her quest to conclusion. Wolfmage, it is well that you are here. Alize, my lady, how might I serve you this day? I have met with some difficulty in my mission, Oriange. I should be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's physical form is regenerating beneath the Cardno Flats, even as we speak. If we are to prevent his return, we must needs disable the two remaining interment hulks that sustain him. Every moment our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though I have determined the location of the fragments of Dalvin leading to the hulks, I have been unable to find a way to enter them. And gaining admittance is but the first step in your perilous undertaking. When last thou descended into Bahamut's subterranean fortress, thou didst discover this, thou not, that the dread primal had bound the shade of Neil Van Darnus and unto his will, and though thou didst consign the fallen legatus to oblivion, thou mayest recall that the Paetus, which was not alone, doubt not that Bahamut's other thralls shall seek to hinder thy passage. You can say his name, Arianje. I have not forgotten that my grandfather is waiting for us. My lady, I would remind you, as must as I must often remind myself, that the man whom we both loved and revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade which defileth his memory, and the vile verbiage uh, that spilleth from his lips must not be heeded, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You need not worry, Arianje. Come what may, I will not stay from the course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. But mere words will not take us whither we must go. As I said, I have been unable to find a way to enter the fragments of Talmud. My lady, might I suggest you visit the fragment again in Wolfmage's company? Full oft has the warrior of light set events into motion, and by virtue of his presence alone, 'tis possible that he may do so again. I, the while, still shall search for answers of my own. By our efforts combined, full sure am I that the path shall be revealed ere long. Were it anyone else, I should question the wisdom of such advice, yet I cannot deny that what you say about Wolfmage is true. Very well, I shall do as you suggest. Assuming you have no objections, of course. Good, now we seek entry to two fragments of Talmud. One lies in the burning well in eastern Thailand, and the other is hanging shards in Mordona. I left an assistant at each location to continue searching for a means to engross. It is not possible that they could since have found something useful to us. Let us begin by visiting my man in the burning wall. Decus is, I think it was. Okay, and head to the burning wall. I say you are not Master Corwin, though, my ladies. Are you not Master Corwin, my lady's most faithful companion? Sinis, sir, at your service, and may I say what an honor it is to meet you. Says, my lady, 'tis a shame me to say that I have found no visible path to the fragment, though it stands here before our very eyes, whether the way thither is thus far proven impossible. When the fragment fell and pieces pierced the land, it caused a pro- prodigious amount of aether to flow up. 'Twas this that gave us rise to the land's twisted lay, which seems designed to thwart our efforts. Even were an opening to exist, I fear that we would struggle to reach it. We can't give up. Keep trying. So near, so near, and yet so far. Well, it avails us not to stand here and stare at the thing. Let us away to Mordona and try another fragment. Perhaps Sinis has fared better. Uh, upon that note, my lady, there is something I would tell you. I'm sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the singing shards are home to many fell creatures, or gross among them. While I do not wish to cause you undue alarm, I fear something unspeakable may have happened to Dickus. Why did you not? Why didn't you? Gods give me strength. We must hurry to my assistance, said Wolfmage. She gets the brothers confused. Danilin Mordona. Okay, use a teleport ticket for this. Do. big huge dome of corrupted crystals. And of course my quest is right inside of Boss Fate. Thank you, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared my bones were to be ground up in and used to bake bread. I am relieved to see that you are unharmed. It was wrong of me to press such dangerous task upon you. My lady, your worries are wasted upon me. 'Twas nothing at all, I assure you. If it please you, I shall report my findings. As you can see, the tip of the fragment is exposed. The rest is encased in rock and crystal, rendering it impossible to enter the structure. We might try excavating the area around the fragment, but that is like to take time, and there is really no telling how deep we may need to dig before finding a suitable point of ingress. As such, I am forced to conclude that gaining entry to this fragment is unrealistic. Forgive me, my lady. Confound it, we are losing precious time. What are we to do now? 'Tis I, Ariandre. Glad tidings I have for thee and my lady. For a blessing, a way hath been found by which thou may enter the remaining fragments of Dalaman. Pray escort Mistress Alianze to Cerulean Processing Plant in northern Thanalan. There all shall be made clear. Ariandre has found a way. Then we must go to him at once. Mardona, Thanalan. Okay. Okay. Mine apologies for summoning you thus from afar, my lady, but 'tis here that your journey may finally begin. I did wonder. To my knowledge, there are no fragments in northern Thanalan. Nor are you mistaken, my lady. Yet a path doth exist, one which you yourself have made use of in the past. At my conclusions of your several forays into the binding coils, 'twas at the crystal formation which lieth to the north of this place that you did emerge, was it not? Yes, an ethereal stream bore us back to the surface that I had surmised. Are you suggesting that we can use it to return underground? And even if that were possible, would that it not simply bear us back to those places which we already explored? In, it need not, my lady. Pray allow me to explain. Upon the evidence of your experience, it seemeth plain that two interment hulks may share the selfsame ethereal egress. From this we have inferred that the others may be connected in like ways. Thus we labor long to verify the existence of further tributaries to the selfsame stream, in which task we were at longest successful. 'Twas then but a matter of arriving at a solution to the problem of traveling to an unattained destination, that one might reach what we may call a headwater. We propose to employ a modified aetherite which served to amplify such ripples as do or originate from the said source. By focusing one's essence upon these ripples, it should be possible to make the journey, yet be fairly warned, my lady, as with all untried methods of ethereal travel, this method entails considerable danger. Merely attempting the voyage could cost you your life. That is a risk I am willing to take. You are brilliant, Ariane. I am curious. Did you have assistance in forming this plan? I could not help but notice your repeated use of the word we. Unless you have taken to using the majestic plural in obstinance. Nay, my lady, you have correctly assumed I was not alone in this endeavor, meaning there are others who are aware of our mission. Well, it cannot be helped now. Preventing Bahamut's return is what matters. If some secrecy must be sacrificed to achieve our goals, then so be it. See, trophy. Okay. So we're almost... Okay. So that must be the modified aetheryte, but what are the immortal flames doing here? Those are men may be sworn flames of Ulda, but they are first and foremost faithful retainers to House Lavier. Alpha Node, so it was you who was helping Orianji. Who else could have been, dear sister? Lest you worry, I have no intention of making the details of your adventure public. Like you and I would prefer to avoid causing panic. But given that which is at stake, namely the survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept help when it is offered. Would you not agree? At the very least, do not be cross with Orianji. 'Twas at my behest that he kept silent. We will speak of later. Please forgive me, my lady, but knowing full well your intent, I judged it meet that Master Alphanode be informed. Though your grandsire hath become Bahamut's thrall, his noble blood courses yet through both your veins, and if he must needs be struck down. Do you hear that, Alphanode? I mean to strike down our grandfather, and when I have done so, I shall banish Bahamut to the ether. Nothing, you say, will stay me from my course. I will protect Eorzea, and I will uphold grandfather's legacy. Grandfather's legacy. So you still do not know what you yourself desire. Your actions are still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve? What does that have to do with anything? Protecting Eorzea was grandfather's goal, and we made it ours. Both of us. That is why we came here, unless you have forgotten. God forbid I should ever forget, Alize, but you misunderstand. I do not question your resolve, only whence it came. If it were your own, you would be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect Eorzea. Yet you cannot, for it is not your resolve, but grandfather's. You may struggle to see the difference, but borrowed resolve shall never be as strong as that which springs from within. But let us speak of this another time. For now, preventing Bahamut's return is all that matters. To be plain, I have no objections to striking down whatever is left of grandfather. No, however, that that I will be accompanying you this time is as a son of House Levier. I would be present for his final moments. Very well, you may join us. On one condition, I make the decisions. If it pleases my lady, my name's Eric and Kurt. Our preparations are just about complete. When you're ready to embark on your mission, just give me the word. I'll be waiting for you at the cerulean processing plant. Pay no heed to my brother. You can rely on me. We have come far together, you and I, and together we shall see our journey to its end. I've been waiting for you, Master Corwin. I'm pleased to say that the Aetherites primed and ready. As you know, the remaining interment coils are connected to the fragments of the Eastern Thanalan and Mordona. It is to the former that we will be sending you first. Now you will be starting inside the hulk, meaning you won't have to cover so much ground. The bulwark drawback being that you'll be fighting for your life from the moment you get there. Best be prepared for anything, for milady's sake, if not your own. And that's about all I can tell you. When your preparations are in order, just give me the word, and I'll send you on your way. I may even throw in a prayer for your speedy return, to be safe on the safe side. Looks like our friend here is having trouble. Ugh. We'll wait a few minutes to see if he comes back online. I guess while we wait, we might as well go do other stuff that I should have done a long time ago. Mainly unlocking ventures for my retainers. I know it's around here somewhere. This is the quest we need. We just need to wait for the NPC to spawn. Okay, we're gonna just leave him out because he appears to be having some personal issues. Okay, and we're going to check with our FC. Actually, we're gonna... Okay. Okay, and while we wait for that... And four. Okay, turn 1. So we got some other friends. Okay. So this is how it looks on the inside. This internment hulk still functions. The teleportation was a success. We are come to the right place. There is no telling how much further Bahamut has regenerated still since we last behet him. Let us make haste to the main bridge and deactivate the coil. There is a recomplacent similar here to these in the previous hulks. Those hold Carminal Beast, but only the Allagons know what other abominations may sleep within. We may well be part of Dalamut's internal defenses. We must stay on our guard at all times. Was the only place it was I don't have an iron. But I play Melle. I am named Wolf Mage. Oh, that's electrocution. Yeah, it actually did some damage. Just skip over the loot in this place. You can get better elsewhere. By the 12 dragons, and so many. We were aware that the Allagons possessed the means to control the creatures, but to imprison them thus is barbaric. We would not wish such a fate upon I would not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. 'Tis plain that no love was lost between the Allagons and the dragons, but was it truly necessary to keep so great a number here? Dalamud did not want for defenses. This was what we have experienced firsthand. Such guardians as the Allagons created, both living and unliving, were surely no less capable of repelling intruders than these poor creatures. Tell me something, Alize. Have you not managed to determine by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I have not. At first I assumed that Bahamut had no people of his own, that the Allagons had perhaps discovered a way to supplement their prayer itself. However, Naval gave words gave me words. Neil's words gave me cause to reconsider, specifically the Shade's mention of Muhammad's beloved children. For that I feared the primal head is given form by the will of worshippers whom have yet to. Oh, God strike me down for a blind fool. Muhammad's beloved children, right there before my very eyes. How could I be so stupid? Who else but the dragons of Eld would summon Muhammad? Who else but they could sustain him? And to think I would wondered why Alec kept them imprisoned here. Even should the flame of Muhammad's life go out, his faithful children would summon him back. For this reason, the Alagon's empire kept an army of dragons here in a perpetual state of duress, that they might sustain the primal existence. Truly, the Alagon's ingenuity knew no bounds, and needed their cruelty. Small wonder that Muhammad was so enraged. Let no one deny that the man who sowed the seeds of the calamity. Will you now turn your heart hatred towards our kind dear sister? Do not patronize me, Alvino. I merely acknowledge our guilt. Lest you be in any doubt, I have no intention of allowing Muhammad to lay the world to waste, regardless of the atrocities of atrocities the Alagons committed against his kind. We have no choice but to eliminate all who worship him, but be they his children or his thralls. It seems reasonable to assume that the system responsible for the primals for regeneration is also responsible for sustaining the captive dragons. If we disable it, all should perish. Let us press on. Let's hope I'm not stuck looking at the floor when I enter the dungeon. But yeah, once we clear the final coils of Bahamut, we are going to end the stream after we complete the quests for Bahamut. Let's see what the boss is. Out in the insta-kill field. Oh. I got backhomed. Hey! And we go this way. Why, this looks like a model of Tiamat, yes. For millennia, Bahamut must have gazed at this unchanging view, trapped inside a prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him, unable to move, deign to, deign to denied the release of death. How his hate for man must have burned. And that hate found an ideal vessel in Neil Vendarnis. In many ways, Bahamut is to be pitied, not loathed, pitied, not loathed. Knowing the true existence of his fury, I am more convinced than ever of the necessity of our endeavor. Besides, he is not the only soul that cries out for vengeance. Turn 3. Okay.
Gods, he is almost whole again.
Oh, this one's voice acted. Nice.
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Let us disable the coil and move on. Grandfather? No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such. You are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
You were foolish to disregard my warning, child. Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
'Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut remains to threaten all we hold dear. What of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our cause?
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by naught but recent conflict. Listen, and I will speak to you of justice. 'Twas in the twilight of the Third Astral Era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the Allagan Empire. With no atrocity too depraved for their purpose, the forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance. Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' new-born god. Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the Allagan's boundless greed and hubris. I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and I exalted? 'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny. As long as man is suffered to remain, the dragons shall never be at peace. Only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
Stop it! Grandfather would never say such things. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race. Stand together? Huh? They would first need to agree on which direction to face. If history teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own 2 feet. Even you, twins whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the Oligarchs? And though I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alize and me, but such a one-sided tirade bemoaning the evils of man rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Louisoix. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall? Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Ah, so the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, and what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth. If you would have them, then you must needs take them by force. Come, rend this divine form asunder and claim your answers.
But I thought... No. He has become a primal?
It is difficult, I know, but you must accept it. That entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
Please, for his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather. Grandfather is truly gone this time, but better it end this way than the alternative.
I am yet here, Alice, my dear, sweet granddaughter.
Grandfather?
I must thank you, warrior of light. Without your valor, I might never have broken free of Bahamut's control. These last few moments are mine, to live as the man I once was.
This is all that I wanted. Yet, now that it is happening, I find myself struggling to believe it.
Grandfather, pray forgive me my insolence. It was not my intent to demean you.
Forgive you? I am proud of you, child. You were wise enough to deduce the manner of creature I had become. Alfino, Alize, if any here should beg forgiveness, it is I.
Grandfather, I must ask, will you not tell us what befell during the calamity?
Yes, yes, of course. You have come far to hear the truth. Let us then begin the tale at the Battle of Cartano, where clashed the forces of the Garlean Empire and the Eorzean Alliance. 'Twas there in the sky above the surging armies that the elder primal Bahamut broke free of the Red Moon Dalamut. In an effort to contain this avatar of destruction, I called upon the 12 to aid me in the creation of a prison of ether. But Bahamut would not be caged by such feeble bars. Too vast was his might, too fierce his rage. Little choice remained to me. I used the last of my strength to entrust our hope unto the future, and prepared to meet my end.
I'm very sorry that this is skipping. I don't know why it's skipping. All I know is that it is skipping and it's ruining this cutscene. I'm very sorry for the skipping. I don't know why it's happening. It might be because we switched into a very heavy cinematic. Anywho, I'll go mute my mic again.
As you have no doubt surmised, I did not perish. When the cage built from the essences of the 12 was destroyed, the sky was filled with a colossal cloud of ether. This drifting energy responded to the prayers of those fighting below, and to my own desperate wish that the dying realm be saved by infusing me with the power of a primal. I became the immortal phoenix, ancient symbol of rebirth. Rising into the sky, I struck Bahamut with all my newfound strength. The blow shattered his earthly form, and a shower of ether rained down upon the land. Thus began the rejuvenation of Eorzea. Believing the deed done, I relinquished my hold on that staggering energy, desirous that it should be returned to the realm without delay. But I had not reckoned on Bahamut's tenacious will. Even as he teetered upon the cusp of oblivion, the dragon reached out to claim me. Alas, within my fast fading form, enough remained of the Phoenix's energy to offer Bahamut a hold, and he dragged me along in his wake.
And thus began your existence as the Elder Primal's thrall.
I cannot help but wonder at his will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered. That would explain why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.
It would also explain why Eorzea was so terribly warped. Even as the land sought to restore itself, the returning flow of ether was cut off.
Ah, very good. When his grip on existence was once again secured, Bahamut did not cease his feast until he had consumed every last mote of ether that yet floated in the air.
And still he was not fully restored.
You must remember that by this time, much of the freed ether had already returned to the land. That which remained was not sufficient to reconstruct so massive a form in its entirety. But there did not need to be. Not for a being sustained by the marvels of Allagan technology. As long as some piece of Bahamut persists, the coils will seek it out and continue their regenerative task. The fragments of Dalamud appear motionless from the surface, but deep beneath the ground they had been searching, tunneling through rock and soil towards their escaped prisoner. And, as you have observed for yourselves, they found his heart. Warrior of Light, heed me. You must put a stop to Bahamut's regeneration, whether it be for man or for dragonkind. The question of justice is irrelevant. The Elder Primal will leave naught but a smoldering wasteland for both his children and ours. I beg you to defend Eorzea and guide its people to the future they yet struggle to find. This portal will take you to the final internment hulk. 'Tis time for the tale of Bahamut and his part in the calamity to come to an end. Alvino, Alize, pray, come closer. Your hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. Will you do that for me?
Of course, Grandfather. I have already made it my mission to see this newborn Eorzea survive and flourish.
Alize, while I was yet enthralled to Bahamut, you spoke of my faith in man's strength. Know that your words reached me, imprisoned though my soul still was. So forceful was your conviction, I wonder if that belief has not become your own. Perhaps, after all your anger and sorrow was spent, you found something greater within you. See this fight to its culmination. 'Tis also your strength in which I have faith.
Thank you for everything. Pray, take your rest, Grandfather. You deserve it.
There are records of an art that allowed one to summon the power of a primal from the essence of its demise. And though I am no true primal, all that I have left, I give to you. Alvino, Alize, my darling grandchildren. May light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
Come, Warrior of Light. Our task remains undone.
Okay, I'm back on mic. Now let's do this. I hope this is voice acted again.
'Twas a long and arduous road, but at last we reach its end. Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether. He is not yet whole. I did not think him capable.
Alize! Alize!
I had thought it finally over. We'll not survive another blast. No. Is this how I honor my promise to Grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
I will, Grandfather. In fact, I believe I already have. That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable. Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc. I will not let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and love.
How long I have waited to hear you say that! You have found your resolve at last! Let me join my strength to yours. In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one! Future of Eorzea!
This last task is yours, Warrior of Light. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal core.
That's way more than two people, two lights. The cutscene got it wrong. Whoops. Yep, see only two people, but lots of lights. I love this song. It is so very, very good. Yeah. FB. Can I get an F in chat if anyone's there? Now we get to see the spectacle that is our friend here beating the shit out of a giant dragon. Final coil of Bahamut complete.
You did it! But one task remains. With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut to this world. His beloved children will finally know peace. 'Tis done. He is truly gone. You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility. The scene people describe of the Battle of Carteneau was one of unimaginable devastation, and 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born. I merely put two and two together.
And you consider that a sufficient explanation? Well, however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather. You feared that in my obsession, I would fall under his primal sway. Is that why you decided to join us? To pull me back should I show signs of wavering?
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction. May I ask you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
Which particular truth was that, brother? The fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal phoenix? That this new god was responsible for setting Eorzea on the path to rebirth? Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would soon offer up their prayers in earnest. They would beseech Phoenix to complete the healing that was begun.
Yet as you and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good. We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect. Your abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth of the calamity. But keys may also serve to seal doors that were best left unopened. Let your love now guide your actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
Fear not, Alphino. I understand what must be done. The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved. That the Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough. Let us make our way back to the surface. Poor Oriange must be beside himself with worry.
Alize would bring the tale of the Seventh Umbrella calamity to a close. And here we are again, after that descent into darkness, the destruction of the desolation of northern Thanalan seems paradisal. As paradise, I shan't reveal the truth. As promised, I shan't reveal the truth of the calamity to a single soul. However, the nation of Eorzea will require certain assurances that the threat of a new primal is gone. Kept in the dark over long, it is only a matter of time before they seek answers of their own accord. Let us recommend that they that the fragments of Dalamud are sealed off, that the truth may rest undisturbed. But first we must go and report to Ryanje. It would not do to keep him in suspense. I dare say we shall find him pacing up and down the ceruleum processing plant. Why am I walking? I need to use mounts. The Warrior of Light returneth undemanded from the depths of darkness. By thy triumphant bearing, I take it thou hast succeeded in thy mission, and yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, dear friend. Full glad am I of thy safe return. But where, pray, are Master Alphino and Mistress Alize? Here, my friend, forgive us our lateness. We took the scenic route. Bahamut is no more, and the realm is safe. By the heavens, look at you. What horrors your young eyes must have seen. What suffering your young bodies must have borne. Pray tell me, were you hurt? Where are you hurt? Your wounds needs to be cleansed and dressed at once, and I shall make for your poultice with draws out. Be at ease, friend. We are hale and whole, I assure you. We took a few tumbles, but the worst of our hurts are healed. I believe we have grandfather to thank for that. Master Louisoix, then you met with him once more, but wherefore should Bahamut's thrall seek to ease your suffering? I promise to reveal all to you in due course, dear friend, but first there is a matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Bahamut is defeated, we deemed it best to bar entry to all of the fragments of Dalamud. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that the danger is past and invite their cooperation to ensure that the fragments are never again disturbed. Come, let us depart and seek an audience with them forthwith. A moment, sister. You need not burden yourself with this task. Ryandre and I will more than suffice. Might you not take this opportunity to rest? The gods know you have earned it. But I am fine, brother. Besides, you have been through as much as I have. Oh, I see. Now, you would play the game of diplomacy, and with me out the way. No, but no, I not could be further from the truth, I will say. My lady, 'tis mine earnest belief that your brother hath the best interest at heart. You may have been have more than done your part, and he dis, distraught, but desireth but to relieve of you of your a burden he might easily bear alone. I have some experience treating with dignitaries. You must allow that as you never fail to remind me of my fondness for diplomacy. I feel it only right that I remind you of your aversion to it. Then it is settled. Orianche, pray make arrangements for a chocobo carriage. The ride should give us ample time to prepare our story. Alpha Node. Though our paths are different, we share the same goal, do we not? But of course, dear sister, that which we have always achieved together stands as testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our heart shall ever lead us to the same end. Of that I am certain. Thank you. There is a place I would visit. Might I ask that you accompany me? But first, I do believe a change of garments is in order. It wouldn't take him. It won't take a moment. The landscape of the of the landscape is the same. Of course, there is no reason that it would be otherwise. Though it would be problematic for the fragments to magically disappear, I'm well aware that they still long shall remain long after you and I are gone. The world may change irreversibly, but life shall ever go on. Let us take a closer look, shall we? I have no doubt that Alphanode will do an admirable job counseling, concealing the truth of the calamity, and such truths as were revealed in those dark depths will never see the light of day. I myself agree that it must be so. But the thought that the people of Eorzea still fervor remain, shall forever remain ignorant of their savior, of your deeds, is injustice of its is injust of it is the injustice of it is too much to bear for me to bear. How typical of you, Wolf Mage. Ever the hero. Even so, I cannot deny that I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know that I will never forget. You are the one who freed grandfather's soul and saved Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath. And though these great deeds will never be remembered in song, their consequences will be felt forevermore by every soul who calls this realm home. Yes, this spot will do. For grandfather, Neil, and the dragons of Mericidia, for all those who were taken by the calamity. At long last, our struggles with Bahamut is over. The realm, given new life through the prayer and sacrifice of countless souls, may look to a better tomorrow. When the dust of our adventure has settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean to find my own reason to fight for Eorzea, and when I do, I will fight with all my being. You have done much for me, Wolfmage. One day I hope to be able to repay you in kind. I have no doubt that you will continue to help those in need, and grow ever stronger in doing so. I shall endeavor to do the same. If the 12 are kind, to I hope one day to become Eorzea's sword in the darkness as you are. Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone by Helfnode. Till we next meet, I promise I will not disappoint you. Till that day, farewell, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now, we are going to teleport to Mardona, because that is where tomorrow's stream is going to start. And while we're teleporting, I'm going to look up who I can raid. Let's see. Okay. Nope, one. Let's see. I want you guys to see my face. Okay, so without further ado, I have been WolfMage1011, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye! Tomorrow we are going to do Crystal Tower stuff.